Hello, hello, hello to the internet. Hello, internet. And the people watching it. Hello to the internet people. You're not internet people, you're people utilizing the internet for entertainment purposes. I am here to be that purpose for you. That's good. That's good. This is why the internet exists. It's for stuff like this. I'm sure Bill Internet, when he invented the series of tubes, way back in the back of his head, he was thinking, you know what this would be good for? It'd be good for that guy in his garage to be able to do this. Hey, Vineyard Farmhouse. Brian's here. Slip Kid's here. Matt's here. People trickling in. I was just talking about how important this show is to the internet. It's how the internet is being fulfilled. The purpose of the internet is being fulfilled because of this show. This is one of the reason the internet exists is for things like this. Bill Internet, when he created the platform, the experience that we've all come to know as the internet. That's why it's called the internet. It's because it was created by Bill Internet. And when he was creating it, way back in the back of his head, he was thinking, this, what we're doing right now, is the reason I'm doing this. Hang on, ad is almost over. Okay. Well, we will just continue, and then you can join us when the ad is finished. We'll continue on with this very important discussion. When you buy a Lee Valley tool, you buy the spade, you love the spade, you never buy one again. You want a chisel, so you buy a chisel. You never buy another chisel, or whatever the ad is. I don't mind the Lee Valley ads. They got a good. Chris is here. It's going okay. I appreciate you always asking. I had a pretty good week. I had some emotional lows, but altogether was a good, positive week. Got some stuff done. I got a little bit of work done on the guitar. I got the heavy ass granite lathe off my table saw. I got my table saw back by getting the Laguna went down to the shop, which emptied the lathe spot so that I could put the Steel City granite lathe over there, and have my table saw back, which is good. Not an easy thing to accomplish by oneself. If I was going to do a review of the Steel City granite lathe, I would probably tell people not to buy it if you ever intend on moving it again after it gets where it's supposed to be. And even really before that, like, have somebody else put it where it needs to be and then never move it again. Did bugger up my back a little bit. I was up on a ladder doing angle grinding on a big industrial garage door down at the Crow's Nest. We were repainting the garage door and the man doors on either side of it down at the shop. and there was some not insignificant amount of active rust happening. So I thought it best to actually get rid of most of that before we painted over it. So I was up on a ladder on Monday with the angle grinder. Angle grinders aren't super light tools. Angle grinder, flap disc, like going at the steel. Um, it was hard on my back. My back is not great at the best of times, but that was unpleasant. And I'm still recovering from that. But I mean, work is work, and it's not called it's called work. It's not called happy fun time. So if it was called happy fun time, you probably wouldn't get paid for it. Ah, that's not true. I get paid for this, and this is a happy fun time. I don't get paid very much for this, but I do get paid for this, and I call it happy fun time with my friends on the internet. But in any case, and then last Sunday I had turning class. Thanks for asking. It went really well. Um, Nobody asked. So pen turning class last Sunday went really well. We used uh, unfortunately we only used the Laguna for the actual pen turning. I did have the new Rikon set up at the shop as like the warm up lathe. So like while somebody was turning their pen, you could play on this one with just a piece of wood between centers. Because surprise, I have managed to misplace one of my pen mandrels. So once I find that and or buy a new one, I can have two lathes rocking actual pen turning during those classes. But it worked out okay having like you graduate from the warm up lathe over to your actual pen so that you're comfortable with the tools and the action and the feel of things before you get on the thing that you're hoping to leave with for the day. Um, and it was good. I had two kids, well, yeah, they're kids. They were, I want to say 13 and 15, maybe. And then a couple, like an older, like sort of my age couple. I was going to say an older couple, but maybe a little older than me, maybe 50. Everybody got through a pen. One of the kids got a little aggressive and blew his out, and we had to toss a new one up for him, but he ended up making it through. Old Navy proverb, like a proverb that they put on the wall at Old Navy. When painting, once over dust, twice over rust. We ended up doing a couple of coats, but I wanted to absolutely take at least the active stuff, like the stuff that was currently eating at the metal. I wanted to at least get rid of most of that with the angle grinder if I could. I mean, it didn't do as much as I wanted to do. I did as much as I was physically able to do, and I told Natty, I was like, that's got to be it. That's got to be the best we can do before we start putting paint on, because I can't do it anymore. I got an interesting question for all of you. Here we go. Look out. An Instagram friend. First of all, an IG friend got a center stuck in his headstock. Okay. He beat on the rod with a hammer so hard the rod bent. Then he wrenched the end off. The end of what? It's stuck in there, won't come out. I told him the steps I took to replace the spindle on mine. He got a spur center stuck in his headstock and can't get it out. I have to wonder what he was doing that wedged it in there so hard that he bent his rod trying to pound it out. Why was there so much pressure? What's the actual answer here? Um, you get some WD-40 to squidge its way up into it with the straw nozzle. You might squidge as much as you can up into there to loosen it up. Some possibly the long straw on the WD-40 can could come in. I don't know what kind of lathe it is, but might be able to come in through the backside and get that WD-40 straw up the backside and try to get it loosened up in there like that so you can knock it free. That's weird. I've gotten my, sometimes you gotta knock on it pretty good, but he bent his rod trying to pound it out. Feel like I showed up at the wrong time. Yep. And we're discussing jamming the WD-40 up the back end. Giving it some lube up in the back. He tried PB Blaster. I don't know what that is. Thicker steel rod, metal to metal, hit with a heavy hammer. He could get himself one of these guys. He'd have to make it, but this would probably do it. This is a big guy full of BBs. This is a heavy Mamma Jamma. He could borrow it if he wants to pay for shipping. I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer is there. If you just buy a new lathe. You got the thing stuck that badly, like, I don't know how you do that. Like, I have gotten a spur center and a live center stuck like pretty good before, but nothing that's gonna bend a metal bar trying to pound it out. Are you having a truss rod problem? Me? No, I don't think so. I'm curious about why the question. Does it seem like I'm having a truss rod problem? I need one of those to put myself out tonight, dealing with insomnia this last week. Yeah, insomnia is a dastardly foe. I would not want you to knock yourself out with a giant hammer, though. What's the rod WD-40 pounding it out all about? Okay, well, show up on time or pay attention, and you would know. Friend of Fearsome? No, friend of Fearsome, or somebody Fearsome follows on Instagram, got his spur center on his lathe stuck so badly in his headstock but he was trying to pound it out with the knockout bar and couldn't even get it out of the headstock using the knockout bar, to the point where it bent the knockout bar. So we're trying to figure out how to get the live center, the spur center, out of his headstock if it's jammed in there so well that it bends metal bars when you're pounding on it. And other than getting squidging something into it that'll loosen it up. I don't know what the answer, or adding more force, or both. Both of those things might be the answer. That's distracting. Got wife outside with the shovel doing some gardening. Yeah, that's. But I think there's an underlying issue here of some kind, because I don't know how that happens. Either quality of the internals of the lathe are a problem, quality of the spur center itself, the quality of the interface between those two things, way too much pressure jamming it up in there in the first place. There's a series of things that have contributed to the problem. And now the solution is, unfortunately, buy a new lathe. No, I don't know. It's an interesting question. Is there a spray lubricant that doesn't only surface lube? It would maybe also could absorb a little bit into metal and then get into wherever that connection is happening. Metal's not, I mean, everything's porous to some extent. That sucks, is what that is. Worst case scenario is buy a new lathe. But short of that, you drill that bad boy out. You get and you lose your center, and you buy a new spur center for $30 and you just drill it out. Ugh. I didn't like saying those words out loud, because that sounds like a really, really bad time. I think I would rather just buy a new lathe than drill out something that was that stuck. You would take it somewhere and have them do it, like a machine shop. Oh, that's a downer. It's not that hard a metal. Generally, the spur centers and stuff are not that, harder than you want to be drilling out, but you could do it. I wouldn't want to. I'm not even really enjoying this discussion. That should be hardened steel. I don't think so. Spur centers, I don't think are that hard. Well, obviously it would depend on who made it, but no. Oh. I wouldn't want to, but I think you could. Or I think you have a local guy that could. Ugh. This is not an enjoyable conversation. This is soft metal on the drive spindle. I replaced mine and the threads are... Don't ban people. Sharp destroyed. Thankfully, Jet just gave me one. There you go. You drill it out should be an easy solution. I can never tell if he's sarcastic. It's better than buying a new lathe. Tapers are definitely a tight fit. Yeah, but how do you put so much pressure on that it gets that wedged in there? That's dumb. You tell this guy he's an idiot. Hydraulic vehicle jack. Against the wall. Again, something super solid. Just like instead of knockout bar, steel bar, something more substantial, and you hydraulic jack to try and force that bad boy out of there from the back after squidging it full of WD-40. I told him how to replace the spindle. It's not so bad. You do absolutely need a circlip plier. I don't know what a circlip plier is, but I believe you. It sounds like a problem that should never existed. I don't know what has happened to make this go so badly, but it sounds like a problem that should never have happened. Need to try a press. Is that part of this discussion? It's kind of like what I'm talking about with the hydraulic tire, like vehicle jack. Cheap air hammer from Harbor Freight. Could probably rent an air hammer from Home Depot tool rental section. His buddy's coming with an air hammer tomorrow. And then after this happens, I hope he has learned his lesson about how much pressure he's adding. Why you need to jam that thing in there so hard? You don't need that much pressure to secure a thing between centers. What was he doing? Like I said, I've got the thing jammed in there pretty good before, but come on. Come on. Sounds like rookie mistake. Noob. Oh, I just happened to look over here. You know what's really amazing? Indian rosewood. A planing Indian rosewood. The hand planing Indian rosewood is fun. It's like speaking of lubricating, it's like self-lubricating wood that just like when they come off they look greasy but rich, like gorgeousness. And by the way, I just took those off a hand plane that I used to make those. For those of you who accuse me of never using my hand planes. So there. I literally just used it yesterday. Save those for wood boxes for Christmas. I'm not making enough rosewood hand plane shavings to use as packing material. Okay, like patreon.com/wooden things and stuff. Support my packing material. ribbon? Well, no, it looks like ribbon, but you wouldn't be able to tie anything with it. I just like the juiciness of the shavings that were coming off. I was like, because they literally like looked finished, like they looked like greasy, like they had finish on them when they were peeling off. It was a fun experience, and it was like 8 passes. No, maybe a dozen passes. I was just I was just making one flat plane to rest against the table saw fence so that I could square this up, so that I could slot the fretboard. Slotted the fretboard. One step further. The Purple Heart walnut rosewood neck is one step closer. I was hoping to get it actually glued on, truss rod in, glued on last night, but I got to the end of cutting slots and I was like, I'm going to bed, because I came home after work last night and I had a little nap before coming out to the shop to do this operation. And so I wrote it out. I finally got the body routed and to the templates and things, and the neck routed down to its template, so it's proper now. And I got my fretboard surfaced and squared for S4S, and my template glued on and my slots cut last night after I napped. And I said, that's enough for today. I was hoping to get it glued on so that like neck would be really close to done. But we are at this stage of the neck and this stage of the body. On this guitar, we are at this stage of this guitar. So we're in good shape. We're in good shape. What's the slot in the neck for? This one? That slot is for my truss rod. That goes down in there. For adjusting any bow, this slides down into there and it gets accessed through there. It's got a little nut on the end of it that's down inside the neck, and then you access it through this access point. And when you turn that bolt, this goes beep, 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 to correct any like bowing that happens in the neck. Todd's obviously not a guitar player. Yeah, there might be some guitar players that don't know about their truss rods. Not all guitars have truss rods. I'm being judgy. I apologize. You should be able to adjust bowing that happens in your guitar neck, and this is how you do it, using this doohickey that lives inside your guitar neck. Because if you think about when the guitar has strings on it, there's going to be a lot of additional tension trying to pull this part of your guitar to this part of your guitar, so it is going to want to do that. So you've got this steel rod that is capable of being adjusted inside the neck to compensate for that. If it starts to do this, you can use this steel rod to pull it back down. Also, that means that Todd has not watched my guitar build series. And that's bad friending, because I did this exact same operation in episode 2 of my guitar build. Damn it, Todd. I wouldn't Peeps and Mike. That's my boy Mikey B. I leave for a couple minutes and I come back and Mike's talking about truss rods. Well, you gotta stay close, my friend. I was just explaining. Todd asked what the reason was that there's a big groove cut in my guitar neck. So I was explaining truss rods. There's a reason. There's a reason you haven't watched my guitar build? Because you don't want to spend that much time with me. It's understandable. I mean, sometimes you spend hours a week with me already. I totally get it. I would not necessarily want to spend any additional time with me. It's also pretty long. I mean, what? They're like 25-minute episodes and there's 5 of them. The last one needed to be under 10 minutes. So, but it's over an hour of content altogether. That's a lot to ask of people. Here. Have you done a double truss rod yet, Mike? No. I'm not sure I know why you would ever do that or what you would need that for. I've only ever made one guitar. And it only had one. These are the guitars that I'm working on right now. These 2 that are like in my shop being worked on are guitars number 2 and 3. In case that wasn't clear. I hope you guys don't think that I'm some kind of luthier. I mean, okay, technically, I am a luthier. I have made a stringed instrument. But we've had that discussion before, too. About when do you become luthier. I don't think we even settled on an answer to that. Just no interest in making guitars. I watched like all 4 of your other videos. That was pretty good. That was okay. That was pretty funny. But incorrect. I have at least 100. I don't know. But now, how many project videos do I have that are not guitar related? I'm gonna say 100. No. 80? A lot. Okay? Like 5 or 6 tables. Knife block. Charcuterie boards cut a couple of times. Lots of bowl turning videos. Some benches. Some pork chops. Some soup. Did I say knife block? Some snowman, some pens, some. I believe you're just a luthiest at the moment. I'm the luthiest person that you know. I bet. Probably. I bet you've never personally met a person who's as luthy as I am. I'm the luthiest person that you've ever met personally, I think, Mike. I don't know that for a fact. I'm at least as luth. That's a good point, Pinnell. I'm at least as luth as anybody else that you've met. Dice boxes, Tim, good call. Do a paddle inlay thing. Did fair number of turning videos. Lots of tables. Cabinets. That cabinet, that cabinet, that cabinet, that cabinet. I'm not the luthiest person, you know. You just can't remember his name. So I'm your closest luthy friend. So there, that guy whose name you can't remember. Obviously not that big a deal. I would say clearly he's not that big a deal and does not have many leather-bound books. You can't even remember his name. Yeah. In any case, I was incorrect. Well, I didn't say that it was gonna happen. I said there was a possibility. I said I could theoretically get both of these guitars done by the end of March. And I was correct. I could have theoretically done that. April, though, which is the 4th month of the year. Yeah. So within the first third of the year, I could be done 2/3 of my luthiery resolution. I'm pretty confident. I think that that's probably about. I think end of April, I will have completed these 2 guitars. Knife block, tool cabinet, charcuterie boards, lots of tool cabinets. I get yeah, the lathe stand is a cabinet. It's a cabinet. It was a refurb. Is a repurpose. The lathe tool cabaret, this cabinet, the whiskey cabinet. A few other than tables, there's a few things in the house that I've done. The concert ticket stub bank. That's old. That's going in the Wayback Machine. That was a pretty early one. A little clear glass front box with a slot in the top to put old ticket stubs. God, that's probably terrible. Don't go watch that. That's probably a terrible video. That was early. There's a sandwich board for the old Crow's Nest shop. Some rolling pins. Don't forget you had Sven in the shop with you working on stuff. Yes, with that pumpkin launcher with Sven and his friend Jeremiah. Also a Home Depot kit that I did with the boy. not really a project video. It wasn't a tutorial on how to put together the Home Depot kit, but it was fun. Hatchet video is hopefully getting edited and processed in the next, oh fuck, who knows. I unboxed a shop vac that 70,000 people watched. Okay, I'm a pretty big deal. It's turning a small piece of crotch Osage orange today. Bow dark. Bow. Working inside when I hit Blackwood wormhole. Still had a live worm inside. He was going for a ride, hey? You think about like the what was it called? The Gravitron. You guys remember the Gravitron? At the fair when you were like it stuck you to the walls and then you went up and down on your little pad while you were stuck to the walls because it was spinning. That's how that worm was feeling. If I had 70,000 people in a room watching me, yeah, that's a big deal, right? Yeah. Missed the Gravitron. I don't think I missed the Gravitron, but it was one of my favorite rides when I was a kid. The Gravitron and the Zipper were my two favorite rides when I was a kid. I stopped riding the Zipper when I was on it, and I was literally seeing bolts come off of the ride. And then the carny was like picking them up off the ground and like putting them in a bucket. And then like putting the next load of people in it. That was the day that I stopped going on the Zipper. The Vomitron. I did see a couple of people do that. It is gross. Because it come like, okay, I don't want to. Let's not just explain what happens. I have decided to refrain from explaining what happens when someone pukes on the Gravitron. Because I'm enjoying my time here tonight. I hope you are too. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's a valid. Well, it's valid. I don't think that's a valuable use of our time together. Doesn't feel like what I want to be talking about. I need a professional like massage person to have a go at my back. I don't think I've ever had a professional massage person go at my back. Yeah, people talk about going to the massage therapist and stuff, and I always feel a little bit jealous that they do that. But I'm also not a big fan of strangers touching me. So, but they're like, they're professionals and they could probably improve things. Probably need an MRI. It's muscle problems. I don't. MRIs are. I don't know what. It doesn't matter. What I should do is I should go talk to a doctor and be like, I need a once over. Just give me the goods, doc. Tell me what's wrong with all of my things. What are those called? When you go and you get checked for all of the stuff. And they just do like a generic, like, how are ya? Should probably do one of those one of these days. A physical? Is that what they're called? Yeah, that's what they're called. You go get a physical. And they just kind of like do you a once over. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of old man back. I got a bad case of time is linear. Nobody, no compliments. I got a hair. I gave myself my haircut. My quarterly? No, not quite. I did my haircut and I got rid of the flyaways from underneath. I didn't do like a full trim, but like the ones that were like popping out from underneath the sides, got rid of those. Like I think I look pretty damn good this week, my friends. You're welcome. This is much better than the stuck spur conversation. That was uncomfortable. I still just don't understand how it got that stuck. I thought the same. MRI showed very little disc left at L5, 4, and 3. And what's left is sticking out. That's not fun. I thought we were having fun. I did have like a serious back injury when I was a kid. 16. Yeah, I was a kid. I got paralyzed on the side of a mountain when I was skiing. And it's always been like a lingering thing. And my back goes in and out of quality. At one point, I was told by a doctor, like, we can fix this for you. We can do surgery on this problem. But it was like a 33, 33, 33 situation. It was like, it might do nothing. It might fix it. Or it might paralyze you. And I was like, well, shit, 2 of those, that's like 66% bad. It's like, what? Why would? No, I'm good. They're like, you can just live with it how it is, or we can do this surgery that might fix it, do nothing, or paralyze you. I'm like, that? No, I'm good. Thanks. We're dudes. We're not here to compliment you on your grooming practices. You should be able to recognize and compliment another dude on looking better than he did last time you saw him. Okay? We should be comfortable enough with each other that you should be able to say, like, you look better this week. You are less gross than you were the last time I saw you. My dice fit perfectly in the box. Hey! It was weird how good a fit it was. 3x3 all the way up to the top with one fitting under the lid. That is rad. I love to hear that because mine were shaking around. Well, how many sets did you get? How many dice fit in the dice box? Just for my own personal knowledge, because I thought it was about 2.5 sets, probably. It probably hasn't fixed itself. Well, what's it doing? Why? I'm giving it lots of time. Like, what has it been doing if it hasn't been fixing itself? Okay, fine. You look 70% better than you did the last time we got to. I'll take that. That's good. Thanks. I appreciate that. 70%. That's pretty good. I agree. I think I look at least 70% better than I did the last time. And that's all it took. It wasn't that much work to make myself look 70% better. Waldrop's here. What up? What up, my friend? We were talking guitars a little bit. I'm a couple more steps further on the Purple Heart Maple Walnut. It is essentially ready to have the fretboard glued on and begin the final shaping of the neck and the creation of the neck pocket in the body. It's catching up to the live show guitar, honestly. Like, it's not that far behind anymore. Once the fretboard gets glued on and flushed up, and then yeah, it's not that far behind. Fretboard on, neck pocket routed, neck butt cut off, and spoke shaved the profile of the neck, and we're back to even Steven. Oh, pickup cavity routed. We're only a couple steps behind on the non-live show guitar now. Started using a new method to grain fill. Still wondering how it will look / feel. I hate grain filling. It's dumb. What's the new method? It was a full set and then a smaller set. Specifically Warhammer dice. 30 dice altogether. I don't know the difference between Warhammer dice and other dice in terms of sets. I don't play Warhammer, never have. But for me, a full set of dice is 20, 2 10s, 8, 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 9, 9, 12. I missed 10. So 20, 20, 12, 10, 10, 8, 6, 6, 6, and then most of the time another 6, preferably, and a 4. So 9 or 10 is a full set for me. So 30 dice would be 3 sets. I guess Warhammer has bigger sets than that. I'm glad that it's working for you. Let's leave it at that. They have icons for the 6 side that match the faction I play. Sweet. Usually use poly and mineral spirits and sand it, letting the particles fill the grain. Trying Aqua Coat. I have heard tell good things about Aqua Coat. I've never tried it, but yeah, let us know. I've heard that Aqua Coat is well regarded in the grain filling world. I just hate grain filling, honestly. When I roll for Falchion attacks, it's like all those dice because they swing extra. Sweet. Sweet. I have started playing with Boy. I got him for Christmas. Got him Final Fantasy 16 for the PlayStation 5. And he tried it on his own and was like, I don't like this. But he just didn't go long enough, because at the beginning of Final Fantasy 16, there's a lot of like movie where you don't actually do anything and it's just doing plot line and backstory, like cutscenes and stuff. And he was like, I don't even get to really play. And so he stopped. But we went through it together and got past that part and started playing. And he is very happy we did. And it's a pretty cool game. It is very movie like. It's very linear. You don't get to make a lot of decisions that change things. But the gameplay is fun and the story is cool. And the graphics on video games these days is just nuts. Like, it feels like you're playing a movie. Definitely darkened the mahogany. I would imagine it would. Is Aqua Coat essentially like, is it not scientifically or formulaically, but isn't it essentially like an epoxy, like that sort of settles into Final Fantasy X was all cinematic until Disc 2 when it finally gets open world exploring. I was kind of hoping Final Fantasy X was the last Final Fantasy game I played. I was hoping for more openness in, which might happen. We're not that far into it yet, but it feels very linear and structured so far. Just got plans for making a Telly Acoustasonic. I have one of those. It's right over there. No, wait. I have a Teleacoustic? What do I have? Is it an Acoustasonic? I have an amp. I have a Fender acoustic amp that I think is called an Acoustasonic. No, an acoustic. What is my Fender acoustic guitar called? I think it's a Teleacoustic. But maybe. Looks like a Telly, but it's a hollow body with special pickup wiring. Yeah, I have a Telecaster shaped acoustic guitar. It's black. I'm not gonna go get it. I'm gonna have a cigarette. I thought you just want to see Tifa Lockhart dancing around. I had this discussion with the band actually when I was over at the band's house, and I found out about waifus. And I was like, I don't what is that? And they're like, oh well, like the hot like like anime people like Tifa. And I was like, but you're attracted to them though? Like I've never thought of a cartoon character as being hot. Like it. So it was a weird conversation. Anyway, Fender does make an Acoustasonic amp, which isn't confusing at all since they make an Acoustasonic guitar. Okay, so I do have an Acoustasonic amp then. I'm pretty sure. But I think my guitar is called a teleacoustic. Getting impatient for warmer weather. It's been nice here in the last little while. So much to do in my garage, but it just feels miserable out there. That sucks, man. I know that feeling though, of just not wanting to be in the shop for whatever reason. It sucks. Finalized, stickers made. Gonna send you one for the bandsaw. All right, sweet. I will absolutely have a wall drip guitar, but I want it to be less Paul shaped. If that's cool. I don't want it to be Telecaster shaped. Isn't your guitar an 80s Ovation? This one is. Well, no, I think this one is a 90s Ovation. I have many guitars. Fahrenheit for weeks now. February was warm and I was out there. 30 is just under freezing. So yeah, that's unpleasant. It's not terrible, but yeah, that's an Ovation Celebrity from like the late 90s. I have many guitars. I believe last count I think I had 9 guitars. Let's see. Here. And that count might have happened since I made one. Or before I made one. So I have the Ovation, the Fender Malibu, the Fender Teleacoustic. I have a Beaver Creek Garbage Acoustic Electric. I have a Tanglewood 12-string. That's all of my acoustics, I think. Then in terms of electrics, I have Dawn. I have cheap garbage red and white one. I don't remember who made it. I have a Dean electric. I have a Crate bass guitar. Squire? Do I have a Squire? Is that what the cheap red and white one is? Is it a Squire? I don't know. How did I never know you played an instrument? Well, I don't really. Well, I do. I mean, I play. I don't play enough to get better. And I'm not very good. I'm okay. I think I'm better than, I don't know what the percentile I would put myself in. Of all the people on the planet, most of them don't play guitar, probably. So I'm at least in the top half. I'm okay. Sometimes I'm okay. I play rhythm guitar mainly just I enjoy making music. And sometimes I'm okay with how okay I am, and sometimes I really wish I was better. And sometimes I just want to stop because I'm not good. If you understand notes, chord constructions, and keys, you're ahead of most. I understand those concepts. Not a big theory guy though. Like I done got a lawsuit era Schecter, Tele, 2 Mexican Fender Strats, Fender Jazz Bass, 3 amps, I have a fair number of amps as well, including an orange 65 and a Fender Blues Junior and another Fender and a Fender bass amp. I have a Fender bass amp. I have the Fender Acoustasonic. I have a PV something that's about a 110. I have a little mini crate something. I don't play nearly as much guitar. I don't play enough guitar to justify how many guitars and guitar accoutrement I have. If you were to look at my guitar and guitar things supply, you would think I am better at guitar than I am. I should I should be I should be better for how much I have. I understand how to build a guitar, just not play it. It's never too late, my friend. You can figure out how to do a GCD, and you can play 30% of the songs ever written. you get you get G, C, D, E minor, A. You're probably up to 60% of all the songs ever written. What is it? Vox. So I got a little Vox AC15. Used to have a Vox AC30, but couldn't stand lugging it around because it was way too much amp for bars. Yeah. Well, I've never been a bars player. I'm not really. I'm not really a play in public kind of guy. I play in public sometimes if there's like an open jam situation at a pub that I'm at and I've had a couple too many, I'll like put my hand up and go play something. Um, I did. I made my living. I made my living playing guitar and singing songs in front of a liquor store for about 6 months in college. That was my primary income. But it was like, I played the same dozen songs over and over again for a couple hours at a time in front of a liquor store for change. But I made rent. I made enough to live inside and eat badly. And then sometimes I play live on the internet for my friends who don't like it. Except for Eric Habakabaka. Eric Habakabaka likes it. Haven't seen him tonight. Haven't seen any Australians tonight. Where are my Australians at? I do have one. Don't tempt me. We keep on this discussion and it'll end up happening. I have a Mahogany Ibanez. Mahogany Ibanez and a Cube amp to get new strings. Sat there for a long time. I don't change strings nearly often enough. I don't know that any guitar player changes their strings often enough if they're not a professional. Probably upside down somewhere. Yeah, they're down under. All gone to the Grand Prix. Possibly they're all at the Grand Prix. I just like saying it that way. Bought one and only one guitar while drunk, walking back to the ship, trying to figure out what to do with the last $6 worth of pesos. And then what did you do with the guitar? Eric is Australian. He's used to Angus's 3 chords. Australia has some good music. Don't lump all of it in with AC/DC. I just implied that AC/DC is not good music. It's fine. It's fine. It's just loud blues. Eric said hi when the stream started. Oh, okay. I didn't see him. Didn't see him. Sorry, Eric, if you're still around. Actually had the inside of my dress blues embroidered in PI Philippines. Hey. Got knocked over by one of the guys drunk in Hong Kong, and it broke. Well, it's because he only paid 6 pesos for it. And what are you doing leaving it around? I just leaving it laying around so it'll get wrecked. Heading for dinner. Have a great night. Thanks, John. I didn't know you were here. Yeah, speak up earlier. Have a good dinner. Where are you going? What's going on? Where are you going for dinner? I want to live vicariously through you. Are you going somewhere good? He probably already turned it off. He probably turned it off because I was threatening to play guitar. He's like, oh, that's what he's thinking. He's like, I'm going to leave now because if I leave when he starts playing guitar, he's going to think that it's because of that. And I don't want him to think it's because of that, even though it is. Became the communal practice guitar. That's good. It's like the shitty piano that people leave in the lobby of like hotels and stuff. Just like you can just walk up and play it. Just leave the guitar sitting in the corner and anybody can just grab it whenever. Yeah, 6 pesos. Cost 300 pesos. Damn, that's like $250. Took a harmonica and a pan flute with you to have something to play. Sure. $6. $6 guitar. I guess he can just leave it in the corner and just, yeah. If it gets wrecked, it gets wrecked. Fair enough. I don't want a couple of my guitars. I'm going to sell a couple of my guitars. I should sell most of my guitars. Clearly, I never play. I don't need to have a guitar collection, especially now that I make guitars. I don't need the Squire or whatever it is, and the Dean. I like. I have a connection to the Dean because I traded a cajon that I made to a friend of mine for the Dean. So I have like a sentimental connection to that. Oh, I also have a broken Jackson that I bought for parts. I'm going to harvest the parts off it. Like the neck, the headstock is snapped off the neck. But I got it for like the tuners and pickups and switches and stuff. It doesn't really care. It's not a functioning guitar. It's not a functional guitar, so I can't call it a guitar. It's a mess of parts that are attached. This it Jackson? I think it's Jackson. So what's that, 10, 11? Started working on the memorial guitar and practicing the lasering on the neck. Sweet. Is that the one that is coming from the deck of a ship? No. That one's done. And it had that cool piece of hardware in it. Trying to remember this conversation, but the memorial guitar. Oh, never mind. I know. I forgot because I don't like to talk about it. It's no, yeah. I don't want to be sad, so I don't want to talk about it. Yeah. Okay. Fret markers will be. It's okay. It's okay. It's important to you. It's important to me because it's important to you. It's just not the. I don't. That's not the kind of things that I want to be talking about. I am just this. I feel things in a weird. I have emotional problems. Okay, well, I have a lot of situations up in here, and one of the things that happens to me. Oh, I'm gonna get serious for a minute. One of the things that happens with my messed up connections is that I feel things either really intensely or not enough. So like I can be pretty numb to things that I shouldn't be numb about, and I can overfeel about things that it doesn't make sense to overfeel about. But we're all on our own journey. We can all feel things how we feel things. But I find myself really, really feeling things intensely that intellectually, as a I think relatively intelligent, intellectual, academic individual, you are not justified to feel as intensely as you do right now about this thing. But there's no connection between intellectual, academic explanations of things and emotions. And then sometimes I just don't feel. And it's just, you really should be feeling some kind of way right now. And it's just like numb, nothing. Like, anyway. So that's why sometimes I'll just start crying. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't ever feel bad about how you feel. Or how intensely you feel about things. Or not. You can feel how you feel. And you're perfectly right to do so. And now, hey, here's Wonderwall. Can we have another topic? Somebody? Anybody? So the truss rod is going into the neck and the fretboard is getting glued on. Probably Monday. This is getting attached with this underneath it. Probably Monday. And then coming out and getting shaped. And we will do the neck pocket in the body on possibly also Monday, so that's ready to get slotted down in. I could have this guitar at the same point as that guitar by the end of next week. It is possible. Is it probable? It's a common feeling, man. I just sit there existing sometimes. Not sure where I'm heading. Not happy, but not sad. Yep. Yeah. Just putting one foot in front of the other and you don't know why. Did harmonicas get Mike sad? What? No, harmonicas did not get me sad. Bagpipes get me sad. I have an emotional response to bagpipes. But only because of when I hear bagpipes, they are in connection with an emotional situation. Matthias put out a video today. Sweet! On how to build an eclipse watching tool of the eyeglass lenses he has. Why do people watch that guy? It's okay to stop and read the map. Just don't set up camp at every viewpoint. I don't know, maybe you should set up camp at every viewpoint, since we're being metaphor. Maybe it's a better idea to set up camp at every viewpoint and just take a minute to look around and appreciate your surroundings for a minute and have a sleep and then get up in the morning and move on. Amazing Grace on bagpipes, Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan. Spock's funeral. It's probably on a remembrance type situation. It's a recognition of those who have passed in something, a war situation, or I don't know. I have an emotional connection to bagpipes. Okay, so what? You want to fight about it? That song makes me feel emotional. Taps, when played nicely, sure. Sure. Let's talk about happy things. Let's talk about happy things. I don't have an example of a happy thing, so I'm just gonna sing advertising jingles. The cars cost less in Wetaskiwin. Does anybody else know that one? Probably not. We can talk about the ABBA reunion. I didn't know that they had been not united in order to reunite. When do we get to see the granite lathe in action? When I get the tool rest situation figured out. The tool rests that have been provided with the granite lathe are not long posted enough. Come with me. Okay, so here is, oh, it's all dark because I moved my light. Come on. Hold on. Yeah, come on. Okay. Okay, so the granite lathe situation. Obviously, I was testing. Spins. It's variable. It's super sturdy and robust. It works. The tool rest situation. Loud noises. Tool rest situation is such that the post that goes into the banjo cannot sit high enough to get me to the center point of the turning. It's also a little bit finicky to move the banjo around. I need to loosen up that bolt just a titch. But that's as high as you can lock that tool rest in. And I don't actually, oh, hold on. I can't get where I want to get. I need to figure out new tool rests to go into that banjo. And that banjo is accepting, is that like a 5/8? It's not the same size tool rests as I have. And I have numerous ones that came with the lathe. They're all the same length and are not tall enough. So I don't know why whoever made these for this lathe made these, because they need another inch on the post. I was talking to my buddy Mike the other day. I was like, you have a welder, right? Like I could just buy some bar stock and make new tool rests. And he was like, no, I sold my welder. I was like, oh, you fucking guy. So I have like a collection of tool rests that don't lock in high enough to be used with the lathe that they came with. I mean, they can. Obviously, I've done... All right. When can you watch it do something? Let's do something. Let me get a goggle. I don't know. All my goggles are down at the shop. I am goggleless, so I'm not going to do too much. But, like, I am nowhere near the center of this guy right now. And it is a 2-gear. It's not a huge hassle. It's kind of a little bit of a hassle. You got slow speed, high speed. The first gear goes 500 to 1350. Second gear goes 1400 to 3800. So you just loosen up that belt, switch it over to the other pulley. Lock it back down. Put this back up. Like I said, I am goggleless, so I'm not going to do a ton. It is a functioning lathe. I have a tool rest situation that I need to work out. And that is the story of that. But at least it is off my table saw. And I have my table saw back. The previous owner must have been okay with it. Yeah, maybe. Just very weird that the posts are too short. Maybe he had it mounted lower, so his angle it was, and maybe I could probably not carbide, because carbide you want to be either flat or this way. With gouges you're up, so your tool rest could be lower, and maybe he liked using with the tool rest further away from the work so he could be even lower and still get that angle of attack. He did different stance, different technique. Don't know, but I don't want to use it with the tool rests that low. I don't trust them to be locking in enough with just right on the bottom of the post. But it's close. It's close. I mean, that's going to be my home shop lathe for the next little while. I'm going to see if I can make it work here at the shop and have my Laguna be down at the Crow's Nest. I want to get Phil's light back over here. Because it feels like I will have a lathe here at the shop, even if my good one is down at the Crow's Nest. I will have something that I can use here that'll get me by when I need it. Don't shut the show off early tonight. I'm going to be out in the shop for a while too. I was fully charged before I started, so curious to see how much more stable it is with the extra weight. I can tell you right now that it is significantly more stable with the extra weight. It's the heavier your lathe is, the faster it'll spin a heavier piece without being uncomfortable about it. Should never take anything on that lathe for granted. I will absolutely not. It's just, I don't know about spindle turning. I don't know whether those centers actually line up nicely. The tailstock is kind of a little bit in the bed ways. And I still haven't figured out it doesn't crank. The tailstock whatever the spindle of the tailstock, you turn it and it doesn't do. So it's not really functional. Really, the only thing it's functional for right now is bowls. It'll be a bowl turning thing until I can get that figured out. But it's fine. It'll be something I can use for some things when I feel like turning it here at the shop. And then if I need to use my Laguna, I can always go down to the shop and pop it up and do stuff down there and just clean up after myself. The shit part is that I have to clean up after myself immediately after here in my shop, I can take as much time as I want to clean up after myself. Down there, I have to clean up after myself immediately. So are personal items covered under insurance at the shop? The places I have worked, they were explicitly not covered. One guy had a camera left at work and BE stolen. He left a camera at work and it got B&E stolen and it wasn't covered. It's ridiculous. That sounds stupid. I would never expect that my lathe wouldn't be covered. And honestly, like, don't tell anybody I said this, but Nadia and I would just figure out a way to have it covered. Be like, no, I sold that to her for like $500 like a month ago. Take the tool rest to a welding shop. They should be able to cut off the bar and weld a longer rod on. See, that's what I said to Mike. I was like, you have a welder, right? Like, I have welded before. I can take a piece of bar stock and cut a chunk off of it and put a T together and weld it and make a new tool rest. If you need to turn pens in the interim, Matthias has plans for building a wooden lathe. Yay! Did it sound okay? You've got video proof on the internet now. I know. Remember when I sold Nadia my lathe for the shop? And is now covered by insurance? We all remember that, right? Just nobody's walking out of that place with my lathe. going up the stairs and around and across and up and down the hall and into that room and into the closet and picking up my lathe and getting it out of there. Nope. I made one out of a dowel with platform checkup. Oh, Eric is way behind. I think Eric is talking about, like, what's it called when you go to the doctor? Somebody tell Eric that he needs to scroll forward because I think he's like back 10 minutes in. Or maybe he's referencing something else. Beer. I could carry that myself. Yeah, exactly. It's not. First of all, you'd have to know that that's what you want to go get. And then you'd have to go find it, and then you'd have to be willing to carry it out of there. I think probably not. I think this is not a thing that's going to happen. Thank you, Mikey B, for telling Eric to scroll forward. Maybe her insurance policy is different if she has people's items there on commission. This is true. Many of the things in that store, her business does not technically own. Even like the whole pottery section is technically, all of the wheels in the pottery section are owned by someone who's renting space in there. And is as part of the collective energy and whatever. She's got her own section with her own stuff. Has to be covered by insurance. You guys hear about Paul Sellers? So frustrating. I have heard about Paul Sellers. He is a talented woodworker in the UK. I don't know what's frustrating about him. I hate moving my 1216. That's heavy, especially with the extension, right? We were talking about this last week. I was like, I don't know about you guys, but like 120 pounds is not a comfortable weight to be just lugging around. And I was just estimating. I don't know what the actual technical weight is on a 1216. But yeah, it's not a fun thing to like pick up and yeah, what's going on with Paul Sellers? Why is he frustrating? Have you ever used the capacity of the extension? Yes. French rolling pins, 23 inches long ish. French rolling pins. And I have taken it off in order to move it down to the shop. And I think when I put it back on, I'm going to put it on the outboard side. I'm going to make a 16-inch bowl. Because I have not used it on the other side. What? Hold on. Got pushed off his bike on the way home. Pushed off his bike. Broke 3 ribs. Who pushes an old man off his bike? 120 pounds to the fact I have a bad knee and am 60. Yep. Yep. You just fly over and rent a van. Yeah. Right? Like a friendly old man riding his bike down the street. I don't know what pushed off his bike means. Like there needs to be some kind of context here. But like, what? How do you push somebody off their bike? Was he getting mugged? Did he get mugged? Who mugs the friendly old man on a bike? Oh. If you pull up to work and someone is strutting out with the lathe, just let them go. I don't know that I would let them go. I might not notice and like, oh, I forgot something, and back out, and then. So yeah, I guess. Yeah. Especially like if it looks like they could hit me with it, like swing it at me. Yeah, no. Strutting out. I could just doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah, if I pulled up to work and somebody was like doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo, or like doop doop was happening and they were walking with my lathe, yeah, I probably would just, I I mean, I would absolutely take pictures, and we do have cameras, but yeah, I probably wouldn't interrupt that because he's clearly tougher than me. I do have sharp and or heavy things in my truck at all times, basically. But I don't know that I want to have that. I don't know that I want to. That altercation doesn't sound like a thing I want to have happen. There's a news story recently, some kids stealing a car and running over an old man on probably a bicycle. After getting caught, they were laughing about it and thinking they would get let off. Yeah, there's shitty people. There are shitty people. This is a thing that we all know at this point, right? Like it is not. It's not news to any of us that there are shitty people in the world. We don't have to like it. We should actively revolt against the shitty people in the world. But there will always be, there always have been, and there always will be shitty people. I blame their parents for being shitty parents. But it is what it is. We're never going to not have shitty people. We just all need to be better than them. Stop trying to grade my messages. I'm not grading it. I'm trying to understand it. When you use the wrong words, I have to parse it out, my friend. Like, I think you meant of. Sometimes I'm judging. You're right. It's true. There would be less of them if we were still allowed to calibrate them when they get in our face. You're always allowed to do that. You can absolutely do that. There just might be repercussions. And there always have been. Sometimes the repercussions are worth it. I mean, we all have situations. See, this isn't fun. But we all have situations in our head where we're thinking we know that we would murder, right? Like all of us have a situation where we know that our response would be to murder. I can't be the only one who has these thoughts that if someone kidnapped my child from the mall, like these types of situations, right? Not like a guy cut in front of me in the grocery store or whatever, but like we all know that there are situations where we would absolutely, and the consequence of that action would be worth it. We recognize that there's going to be a consequence, but that it's worth it. So action, reaction. Anyway, we can move on to other fun topics. I could see it go from C to a D to an F as you read it. Whoa, what? Did I miss something? Are we talking about music again? CDF? What goes CDF? Anyway. Hell, I think Mikey B and I would probably both go. We would be. One of us would go for murder, and the other one would go for conspiracy to murder. In certain circumstances. It's fun. This is. We need to talk about more pleasant things, you guys. I love the open honesty that we have here on the show. But sometimes let's bring it back to fun things to talk about. I need to do a serious sharpening session on some of my plane irons. I just realized when I was doing this rosewood fretboard work that I am not as sharp as I want to be on my low angle jack. And if I'm not as sharp as I want to be on my low angle jack, I'm absolutely not as sharp as I want to be on some other things. So I should probably spend an afternoon sharpening plane irons. God, the least fun day. Sharpening day is just the worst. Want to talk about wood species? Sure. Oh, had a YouTube glitch. We can talk about wood species. Who had the giant block of Bubinga? I still want an update. Building 7 new telly bodies tomorrow. Of course you are. Of course you are. Because all you got to do is just slap down a template, route them out. Grand, 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 grand. Just printing money. Printing money, just churning out telly bodies. Selling them to idiots. Just over and over and over again. Oh, that's funny. Come on, that's funny. My unhinged need to get all the Veritas tool. That's not unhinged. That's a completely reasonable thing. Cut out a nice piece of mesquite to build your router plane out of. Hey, you have the okay. Tam has the giant block. I think I'm in love with Douglas fir. Sean, what is wrong with you? Like, that's like the worst of the woods. Like, do we need, like, were you not hugged enough as a child? Why? Well, why? What? Why would you be in love with Douglas fir? It's the worst of the woods to work with. It's pretty, but damn, like the difference in the great, like the early growth to late growth difference in consistency is, and the squirreliness of the changing directions depending on how it's cut. Like, what are you talking about? Do we need to have a Zoom discussion? We're that's going to be a problem. I have a ton of Douglas fir. I work with it a lot because of how much I have, because it's cheap garbage. So it's not like I'm just making stuff up because of like theoretical ideas that I've heard or anything. Like I use it a lot. Most of this is Douglas fir. Most of that is Douglas fir. I use a lot of Douglas fir. You should not like this stuff, my friend. We need to get you some better wood so you can have a compare and contrast. Okay, hold on. Okay, here's the problem with the huge block of wood. We don't yet know for sure what it is. It has some cracks going through it. It is absolutely very cracked. It's so heavy that it can't just lug it around to find out what it is. It's Bubinga. Get some nice, tight, close-up pictures of it. Send those to me. I will send them to Shannon. We will figure out what it is. I want end grains, all of the different directions of the grain, nice close-up, crisp pictures. We'll get it figured out. I'm 80% that it's Bubinga. And on top of that, I don't want to cut it all until I know what I'm working with. Yeah, but eventually it needs to become something other than just a big cube. Let's get it made into useful things. In plain totes and bottle stoppers, and even if it's just like, because in between all the little cracks, we'll make pens and bottle stoppers and plain totes and spoons and spatulas, and you just like, let's get it bucked up and make it into something. I love that you own that. It's Bobbert, here to make your life better. I don't know, my friend. I was gonna say my life is pretty good. Some days it's not. Alarm. Take pics this week. Okay, yeah, we'll get it figured out. I'm pretty comfortable in my assessment, but nice, tight, crisp close-ups of various sections of it, we can get it figured out for sure. I have a 140-pound mesquite log sitting in my shop by your thickness sander. 15 inches thick and 3 feet long. That's what she said. No, didn't work. Should have been better. It's a good sized chunk of mesquite. That's a good sized chunk of mesquite. Did I miss my funeral song? I can't do it until No. The answer is no, you didn't. I haven't picked up the guitar yet. I did pre-tune my guitar so that I don't have to struggle with it, though. Be sure to tell Shannon that you're a big deal. I will. I'll mention that. I talk to Shannon pretty frequently. No, it's not fair. I'm a big enough deal that I can have personal conversations with Shannon Rogers. Just saying. Nadia is here. It's true. We were talking about you earlier. Not really. We were talking about the shop. There were some questions raised, Nadia, about whether your insurance, weird questions about whether your insurance would cover belongings of someone else other than the business. I guess people are concerned that I have a lathe there that may not be covered by insurance if somebody walked out with it. I don't know. I don't know how the discussion happened, but basically the long and short of it is if somebody goes in and finds my lathe and picks it up and walks out with it, I don't want to mess with that guy anyway. He can just have it. And we'll just, the police can deal and whatever. You're not just like walking in and walking out with that bad boy. Funeral song. Funeral for a Friend by Elton John. No, Nadia's funeral song. Who the hell's going around stealing lathes? Yeah, exactly. You left your lathe there? Question mark. Yes. Yes, I did. The whole idea was that I don't have to keep moving my lathe back and forth. I got another lathe that I wanted to leave there along with yours. But then this one is too heavy and unwieldy to move. So the other one that lives there now is my good one. So my good one and yours are at the shop. And I've got my new granite one here at my shop. No one has stolen my $10,000 lathe. Yeah, see, that's what there are way easier ways to make money by breaking into that place. I mean, I don't think we should be talking about it in public on the internet about what you should take if you break in. But let's just say the least return on your time and effort investment would be to go find the Laguna 1216 and get that. If you're gonna B&E that place, my lathe is your least efficient way of making money. Such a terrible discussion. Let's move on. We've had all kinds of really wonderful, fun discussions tonight. My back hurts. Beer and smoke. Oh. Got a few nice lathes for sale on my eBay page. Anyone interested? You have a Beaver Chuck? Yeah, if anybody wants a Beaver Chuck, I will absolutely sell one to them. Maybe they should try to steal the lathe because then we'd have enough time to call the police. Well, I think at this point we have enough camera footage to be able to identify whoever it is that walks into that building at any given time. So as was mentioned earlier, I don't think we should really approach the person who is walking out the door with my lathe. Like, if we see that happening, we should probably not interfere, because that dude will mess us up. Okay, people filling in Nadia on the discussion. Good. Yeah, that's right. Chris was talking about a guy that left his personal camera at his workplace. There was a B&E, it got stolen. It wasn't covered by insurance because it wasn't owned by the business or something like that. I'm like, that cannot possibly be the case in a situation where the shop is full of things that aren't technically owned by the business. Like all of the commission stuff and all of Noella's stuff would not be covered by insurance. That's just ridiculous. That's not, it can't possibly be the case. After working my previous job for 10 years, I recently got a new job. Yay! I will agree with your yay even without having the information. If you're happy, I'm happy, my friend. What was the old job? What was the new job? Or what is the new job? Mike is lifting lathes every day, it seems. I do a fair bit of it in the last little while. Got mine down to the shop and upstairs and into the closet, and then back out of the closet onto the tables for the class, and then back off the tables back into the closet. Plus the Rikon that I had to take out of the closet, out of the box, out of the table, off the table, into the closet, out of the closet, onto the table. Yeah, there has been a fair bit of lathe moving. Plus the one that came off my table saw onto my... Damn, there's a lot of lathe moving in a week. Maybe that's why my back hurts so much. No, it was the angle grinder and the garage door. It's all contributing factors. Angle grinders aren't light. I don't know if any of you have like held an angle grinder like up over your shoulders doing angle grinding for like a couple hours on a ladder. It's not great. Contents count. Okay, hold on. Yeah. I trust that Nadia is covered if somebody walks out with my lathe. And I don't even know why that's a question. This is not a thing that's going to happen. Someone needs a belt for their car. Yeah, that guy. Or whoever that was. Good call. The Rikon 70-100 lathe unboxing and review is in progress. I want to have a little bit more time with it before I do like a comprehensive how do I feel about this lathe. I did record the unboxing and setup of it at the shop. But I want to have some more time with it before I give my thoughts. Why are you using a spinning death wheel overhead while balancing on a ladder? Well, Todd, if you would pay attention to the show, we were refinishing the industrial size garage door down at the Crow's Nest, and it needed to have some relatively serious work done on it so that the rust that was eating through the garage door didn't just eat through the new coat of paint that we were putting on it. So I had to grind down some of the slats, I guess, of the garage door that had active rust patches eating through the paint that I wanted to at least get removed most of the active rust before we repainted over the garage door. And that garage door is the top of the exposed area of that garage door is probably 12, 14 feet off the ground. So, and it was the top like 4 or 5 slats of the door that were the rustiest because it's what's under the overhang and doesn't get dried out by the sun. So the water gets in behind the shitty coat of paint that was on there when they did it last time and starts rusting out the door. So if we don't want the door to keep rusting away, it needs to get ground back down. And I probably could have actually cut out some sections and put new pieces of metal in there. Probably would have been the best way to go about it. But we did the best that we could do in an afternoon of work on it to get it repainted. It looks great. There are some sections I'm a little bit that I think might end up flaking away, but we can deal with that when we need to deal with that. Previous job was a carpet cleaning company. Been in thousands of people's homes, crack houses, mansions. I've seen it all. And what's the new one? So you owned the carpet cleaning company, or you worked for a carpet cleaning company? You did a really good job. Well, thank you very much. It was super fun. At one point, she asked me if she could please just spray me with the hose. Because I was just dripping. I was pre-haircut too, so I probably looked really gross. Can I refresh your goal for number of YouTube videos for this year? I don't think I had a goal for the number of YouTube videos this year. I have a goal for the number of projects. I don't think I have a goal for the number of videos. 3 stringed instruments, 2 significant pieces of furniture, and some sort of charity community thing. And the shop reno. But like a neat 12, or that's not a sentence. Like a neat 12, or I worked from home all week. I got chilly once, so I put on a sweater, but then I got warm and took it back off. That's a really good story. I had quite a productive week. Did pen turning class Sunday, angle grinding garage door work Monday. Tuesday, played Final Fantasy 16 with my boy. I call that productive. I don't care what anybody says. That's quality family time hanging out with my son. That's productive. Wednesday, did a little bit of prep work on guitar. Thursday, did a little bit of, I did a full day of work at the shop. And Thursday night, I did something. Maybe not. Then last night, did the routing of the neck and body and slotted the fretboard for the guitar. And then today, full day at work. It was crazy at work. Had a really, really good day at work. Everybody was great and friendly, and it was a really good, fun atmosphere at work today. Caduc, you get in somewhere that does not take the physical demands. Yeah, carpet cleaning sucks. Electrician can be. He wasn't an electrician, he was a carpet cleaner. God, pay attention. Have a three-stringed guitar, guess would save money on strings. It's true. I don't know that that would be considered a guitar by definition. I don't know. Is the name of the instrument defined by the number of strings? No. Because a ukulele and a stand-up bass both have 4 strings. Ukulele and a cello are not the same instrument. 3-string. Can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Heyo! It's harkening back to an earlier discussion. Said you were making 3-string instruments. No, I said I was making 3-stringed instruments. Technically, it depends where the hyphen is in that sentence. If I was typing it out, English lesson for today. A 3-stringed instrument gets hyphenated between the word 3 and stringed, because those 2 words need to be connected in relation to the third word. A 3-stringed instrument. 3-stringed instruments, plural, with an S, separated, no hyphen, would be an unidentified number of instruments that each have 3 strings. So if they're technically, if you read something that says 3-stringed instruments and there is no hyphen between 3 and stringed, if that person knows proper English usage, they are talking about an undisclosed number of instruments with 3 strings. I think you said you wanted to do more than last year is all. No number in mind. Oh, I'm absolutely going to do more than last year. Last year, I think I did 4. Like actual edited project videos. I think I'm already almost there. Maybe not. I've recorded more than that this year. I'm the electrician, low voltage, but I did all kinds. You pop by anytime you want. I need a 240 circuit in here for when I get a proper dust collector. It's never going to happen. I am actually, Lee Valley, I am very close to pulling the trigger on the, I've been talking about it for years, the Papper active filtering helmet clean air situation that I've been talking about for years. Lee Valley just started carrying the Trend Air Shield, and they have it for $700. And I think I am going to just go ahead and do that. I'm going to cash out my patreon.com/woodenthingsandstuff account. And I think I'm going to do that. I all the reviews say that it's uncomfortable and unwieldy, and it's like, but my buddy Tyler Peterson pointed out to me that Lee Valley was carrying a Papper helmet, and I told him, I'm like, yeah, but everybody says that it sucks. It's like it's not comfortable. And he said, well, yeah, but is it more comfortable than lung cancer? And I said, I can't possibly know the answer to that. Like, how could I possibly know whether the helmet gear situation is more comfortable than lung cancer? Like, I can't know that. That's a ridiculous question, idiot. But he's right. He is correct. It's a thing that's probably worth the investment. Because wood dust in your lungs, the amount of wood dust that I live around, $700 is a not insignificant amount of money. But he's right. I don't tell him I said that. He's not here. Okay? So don't tell him. A $700 respirator is probably what I should do. So I probably will do it. And I can do an unboxing video and make $14 back from my purchase. And then I can do a review video a couple months later and make another $27 back. So it's like basically free. Currently working on the schedule, and I literally can't finish because your damn bottle stopper photo. Okay, hold on. I'll just go grab one. You take a screenshot of me holding it up. I'm adding bottle stoppers to my pen turning it, so going forward, the beginner turning class will be pens and bottle stoppers as opposed to just pens. So I need to get a picture of me like holding up pens and bottle stoppers instead of just pens. And she's complaining. I thought you worked on a video, but it's doing low voltage pressure. Chris is savage tonight. Yeah, no, I know. I don't know why you guys think that he's nice. Like, I've told you numerous times, like, he's really, really mean to me. Do you think wood dust is going to cause more lung issues than smoking? I don't have the science behind that question, but I don't think I think that any is better than none. I think any improvement is it's part of the reason that I haven't yet is because I'm like, well, I'm gonna cancer eventually anyway. But I don't want to accelerate things. I think I would probably if I get another 5 years because of it, instead of I think I'm more than doubling my risk by not protecting the wood dust aspect of it. So like instead of doing two things that are terrible for my lungs, I'm only doing one. I don't know how to explain it. It's a serious question. And I'm trying to work through it like it's a serious question because I don't know if wood dust or smoking is worse for you. but I know that they're both bad. This one, wood dust, I can do something about just by putting on a thing that cost me $700. This one, I can only do something about by changing my identity and my like wired connections in my brain because I'm addicted to a substance. So it's like $700 to get rid of this one, or all of the things that go along with addiction for this one. That's the low hanging fruit over here. The packs of smokes would offset the price. Oh, if I could just stop doing both. If I could get the air thing for the wood dust and not smoke, sure. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have billionaires. But we have to look at things realistically, you know? You'd have to do what you can do at any given time. What I can do is buy an air filter helmet for the wood dust. Later, Paul. I missed your goodbye. I'm sorry. I smoked for 10 years, vape now, and feel fine. It's true. It's true. I would like to make my way into something better. We're all on our own journey, you guys. I appreciate that you're trying to be supportive, but I can only do what I can do at any given time. I've tried to quit smoking. I think I told you guys the story, a couple of stories about trying to quit smoking. I've tried to quit smoking at least 9 times. One time I almost died from trying to quit smoking because I thought it would be a good idea. Stop me if you've heard this one. I thought it'd be a good idea to be like, I'm gonna get active and quit smoking, because part of why I like smoking is because it gives me something to do. So I was like, I'll just start jogging, because jogging is good for you as well. So I'll do nicotine gum for the nicotine craving, and I'll go for a jog. Right? How could that go wrong? Well, I don't know if you know this, but when you go jogging, your blood rate increases to your heart. And when you're chewing gum full of nicotine while you're jogging and your blood rate is increasing to your heart, you're pumping a ton of nicotine into your heart while you're jogging. Stop me if you see what's coming. You're addicted to nicotine better than being addicted to pain pills. I've been addicted to a lot of things that have been a lot worse for me than, not a lot of things. I've been addicted to things that have been worse for me than nicotine. So in any case, I'll just finish the thought. I'm jogging up the street, chewing my nicotine gum, thinking that I'm being healthy and I'm quitting smoking. A couple of pieces of nicotine gum and some jogging, and I collapsed on a yard and unconscious and almost died because I had some kind of heart situation with nicotine pumping through and the ambulance and the whole bit. And so don't try to quit smoking by substituting nicotine gum and jogging. The 115 VAC Rockler Dust Right. Laguna, even Harbor Freight, all apps advertise 600 CFM at the unit. Jet Cyclone is 220, barely over 600 CFM. I don't know what the CFM rating is on my Rock dust collector or my Delta. I can find out the Delta. It doesn't need to be drug out at all. Hold on. The CFM rating on my Delta. You back. Can't read that close. I'm getting old, you guys. I can't read close up anymore. That's just warnings and stuff. Where's the panel? Where's the damn information? Phase, hertz, RPMs, horsepower. I don't know. This one doesn't give me the information. Somebody look up the Delta 50-770. Three-quarter horsepower dust collector. 50-770 Delta. There we go. If we're talking about CFMs and dust collectors. That's one of my two dust collectors. I'm not going to be able to get to the other one to figure out what model that is. That wasn't great from a back either. Glad we didn't ask Mike about car engine specs. Yeah, let me just go. Let's find out what the Nissan Titan is doing for horsepower. In any case, that's my number 2 dust collector. That neither of them are hooked up, obviously. It says 938 CRM. Is that supposed to be an F? Matt? That's not the real flow. Yeah, it never is. The number they actually give you is like right at the impeller with no hoses or anything, right? So 938 is actually pretty good for a little mini unit like that. That's probably, after a little bit of hose, that's probably actually, in actual terms, it's probably given me 600. Wait, that's a slightly different model. What? What's a slightly different model? Oh, 1200 CFM. That's, yeah. Okay, so you were looking at a different model. I get you. If I get 6 out of that and I get 6 out of my other one after 10-foot runs, I think I'm probably good, other than the lathe. After the renovation, etc., etc. The new lights and the fresh paint. Yeah. I don't even really know how we got on talking about dust collection. it seems like this show tends to end up coming back to Dust Collection. Oh, because the Papper helmet. And if you were better at Dust Collection, you wouldn't need the damn helmet. Yeah, probably is how that went. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Beer. And I'm going to go urinate beside my house. Oh, hey, look at this. I forgot. I've had this in my fridge for a little while. Let's try this tonight. This is the Powerhouse Pale Ale by Mount Begbie Brewing. The Joy of Thirst. Okay. Let's try this. After I go urinate beside my house. We'll try this guy. 5.2%. Revelstoke, British Columbia. Sweet. Oh, okay. SpaceX launch just went off. Okay. Too much mist in the air to see it from my house. I couldn't see it from my house either. It's not in the manual for the Delta 50-770. What isn't? The CFM? Yeah, it's not written on the side of it either. I thought that was kind of weird. Like, shouldn't it give you the spec on the CFM? It cost me, I think I paid $100 for it on Marketplace. I thought a 3/4 horsepower Delta dust collector for $100 was probably a good enough value, not even knowing the specs. All right, Mount Begbie. That's pretty crisp for a pale ale. That is light and crisp for a pale ale. I like that. Mount Begbie in Revelstoke, BC. It's rich, but it's still light and crisp. I like that quite a lot, actually. That's not a pale ale is a weird thing. The things that people call pale ales are not necessarily. So I never know what I'm getting into when I try a pale ale. This one is quite nice. Would do again. This is a would do again for sure. It's a little complicated because it is rich and malty, but it's also light and crisp. That's a complicated beer, but in a good way. 1 horsepower is around 600 a unit. 2 horsepower is 1400 a unit. Just generically, like a horsepower is 600 CFM. I don't think that's an accurate way to go about measuring things because it'll matter about the size of the impeller and the inlet and everything like that. That's bad science, Todd. There are options for $300 that are 1500 CFM. They look cheap, but that's great. You just need a spinning thing with blades that are on an angle to pull air. That's all it needs to be. The more efficient that it's spinning and pulling air, the better the more air it's gonna pull more efficiently, and et cetera, for sure. You can get away with cheap, that's great. I think $100 for 3/4 horsepower Delta Dealy was a good enough deal for me to pull the trigger on it. I think I paid 150 for my Rock one, but I think it's a 1 horsepower. I don't know. I don't use either one of them, so it's just at this point it's just money out the. But we're being positive. We're all just making strides to become better, right? Right? That's what we're doing. Moving in a positive direction to become better. Hopefully, along the way, we'll drag the rest of the world with us in some capacity. Oh. And to answer the question earlier about Nadia's funeral song, we had a discussion about. She started the discussion with like, "Oh, I figured out the song I want you to learn so that you can play it at my funeral." I said, "Okay, well, first of all, there's like 0% chance that I am going to be at your funeral because there's no way that I'm not going first." She's like, "Well, there's not 0% chance. We don't know." I'm like, "Okay, well, fair enough. There's like, yeah, there's a variable percentage chance. You could get T-boned by a bus on your way home one day. Sure. Okay, fair enough. Natural causes, I am absolutely going first. But in any case, so I said to her, I was like, "No, the song I'm going to play at your funeral is this one from an old joke that we used to have at the shop, that a repeated song that happened, and it became a running joke." I was like, "It's going to be this one. It's called Winter Ghost." No, it's called Weighty Ghost by Winter Sleep. That's where it came from. Winter Sleep's song called Weighty Ghost became a joke between the two of us at the shop, and I think it's a suitable funeral song for me to play. And so while I was working, sitting beside her, she watched me do it. I Googled it and copy pasted it into a document and printed it out so that I could learn how to play it. And then we decided that I'm going to get her to record herself singing it so that I can put that behind the casket and have it just start coming out and her singing the song, and then I can join in on the guitar and we can duet the song. I think that'd be a really good funeral. And then I'll play And then I'll play some Moist after she's done singing. Have you seen my ghost? See my ghost? And after that, after everyone stops crying, I'll play some Moist. Maybe. But there's no, yeah, I mean, this is like a very, very slim chance this is a thing that ever happens. Anytime I feel down, I remind myself that life is just temporary and I feel so much better. Whatever helps you feel better. Whatever gets you through the day. Sometimes I have to talk myself into adequate is better than what it could be. Sometimes I feel like I am a gift to the planet. And sometimes it's somewhere in between those things. Sometimes I feel like I really would rather just not be here at all anymore. And just like we're all on our journey, you know? Whatever gets you making it till tomorrow sometimes has to be good enough. That's sometimes that has to be good enough just to get to tomorrow. And every day that you wake up is a new chance for you to experience a day on the planet. And it's up to you what you want that day to be like. It's not entirely up to you, but every day is a new opportunity to have a day. And part of how that day is going to go has to do with you and how you feel about being on the planet. And we don't always get to control how we feel about being on the planet, but every day you wake up is a new 24-hour chunk. It's like we did like New Year's. New Year's is a ridiculous construction where we all just like, oh yeah, it's the beginning of another year. Every day is the start of a new year. Every day is a new 365 days away from next 365 days. So every day is a new chance for you to have another day on the planet. I'm a cashier, Fearsome. It's so easy, but it pays less. Oh, we're still bugging Kaduk about what his new job is. He's a cashier. Fuck yeah. I wish people were nicer to cashiers. I see people being jerks to cashiers all the time. But it's easy, but it pays less. I don't mind. Because every day is another new day. And sometimes getting paid less is worth not doing whatever it is you were doing. Yeah. I get you. 4-ish years ago, I left a career for a lower paying job for fewer hours because it's what needed to happen. And I laddered that job into my current job. Just still a little bit less than what I was making. But I don't dread going into work. I don't hate most of the people I have to talk to for my job. Hate is too strong a word. Most of the people I talk to as part of my job I actually like, as opposed to just being displeased with them. And my boss is actually competent at what they are supposed to be doing, which is a nice change. Those sound like song lyrics to me. I've said a lot of things. I probably did say some things that would make good song lyrics. I'll watch this back later and write down anything that sounds like song lyric. Because you're probably right. I've determined that I am a lumber bartender. This is essentially accurate. You feed the addiction of the people who need to consume the lumber. It's yeah, pretty much. I think you would be back when you used to actually be on the mill. I think that would be closer to no. I think you need to be still milling the wood in order to be bartender, lumber bartender, divvies out the alcohol as well as serving it. So you used to be a lumber bartender. Now you just work at the lumber liquor store. If that makes sense. Because you're not also creating the beverage that people are consuming. You're just selling it to them. Yeah. Yeah. Except for that one you mentioned earlier that you don't like. The boss? Is that what we're talking about? The boss earlier that I don't like? The one that makes me get up on a ladder and angle grind the garage door? That one? I feel the same way, Mr. Host. You forgot my name? Really? It's fine. It's fine. My name is Mike. I'm here to entertain you on the internet. We're here to hang out and be friends. You'll remember it eventually. Because I don't know if you know this, but I'm kind of a big deal. I have many leather-bound books. My office smells of rich mahogany. This is good. I give this an 8, which is a pretty high grade. And it's out of 10, by the way. That's an 8 out of 10. For a pale ale, that's really good. My office smells of farts and Douglas fir sawdust. That's not my office. Okay. My office smells of... No, my office smells of books and dust. I guess I don't use it very much. But yeah. The office you're talking about smells of, yeah, stale smoke and farts and Douglas fir dust. You're right. I posted it earlier tonight, but I researched the Veritas Foundry. All right. Let's have it. Where does Veritas foundry their iron and steel and things? Where is the casting happening? According to your research. Okay? I'll do my own research. Thank you very much. No, I'm not gonna. According to Matt's research, Veritas creates and produces their castings where? He's typing. How are we doing for power? 44%. All right. Can't go, probably aren't going to make 4 hours, but we'll go for a bit. Mike's doing stuff, and Mikey B is doing stuff in his shed. He needs a long show. He's playing with his Traxxas Tricks 4 Everest Laredo. Lost Art Press interview with a collector that lives next to the foundry, Hiller Industrial in LaPorte, Indiana. One of the top ductile iron foundries. And what do they do? What do they foundry? What do they foundry? What part of the manufacturing process does Hiller Industrial in LaPorte, Indiana do? Turns out Veritas does not have a massive foundry, and that makes sense. Yeah, I can't imagine they would. If they were going to have a massive foundry, it would be in China, and then we wouldn't. In any case, what do they foundry? Veritas machine. They cast the parts. Do you have any information on where they make PMV11 plane irons and chisels? Because as far as I know, PMV11 is exclusive to Veritas in terms of a steel. Do they do that there? I bought my first Traxxas the other day. Oh, look at you getting another truck. Good work. Drove to Nanaimo for a Slash 4x4. He's got a Traxxas Slash 4x4? Damn! I'm trying to be supportive of my friend. Okay? Wasn't sarcasm. It was a little bit facetious, but I like supporting my friend and his hobbies. I'm sure it's a fantastic toy truck. I trust you to make good decisions about your toy trucks. PMV11 comes from that place near Buffalo, New York that does all the super steels. Can't imagine any other place that can do it. I don't know enough about steel manufacturing. It's not a thing that's ever interested me. I'm a woodworker. I use steel to cut wood. I trust that the people who are making things out of steel will make them to a level that where I can use them. It's not a toy truck, it's an action vehicle. It's a good point. It's a good point. Like I don't have dolls. I have action figures. Or um, replicas or uh, characterial figurines. They're not dolls, okay? Have we talked about my doll collection? I'm using that one. I like that. Yeah, it's an action vehicle. It's not a doll car. It's an action vehicle. And it actually is an action vehicle because we go drive them around. I've gone a couple of times. It's fun. No judgment. Except it's thousands of dollars. It's fine. We can all spend our money how we want to spend it. If it brings us joy, we only have a finite amount of time on this planet. We're going to trade our time for money. We're going to trade that money for joy. We're going to spend our time on joy. Whatever that is for you is fine with me. Unless, within reason. I don't want to get into where I'm going to draw that line. But we trade our time for money. We trade our money for joy. So we're trading our time for joy. Whatever that means to you, more power to you. Tim Mallon, for God's sakes, spends time. Get this. Fucking guy. He finds old garbage tools and spends his time making them work again and then doesn't use them to make things out of them. And he puts up posts on Instagram, but who knows what tool this is? Oh, it's ridiculous, and he loves it, and that's wonderful. Let's see one of the dolls in your collection. I guess I could go get one. I'm not going to bring you in to show you the doll collection. Let's say I'll go get one. After I have my smokerette, I'll go get a doll from my collection. Do you have any kind of preference? My doll collection, which we're not calling it that. It's an action thing. No, it's a doll collection. It's collectibles. They are collectibles. My things that bring me joy collection consists of not a lot of different genres of things, but I have some science fiction joy bringers. I have some film joy bringers. I have some animated cinematography joy bringers. I have some I don't know what you have, so I don't know what to ask you to go get. Go get something you like. Okay. I have a relatively large collection of Lord of the Rings figures. I had like a pretty decent display of Lord of the Rings guys, and at one point I was gonna make like scenes and stuff for them to live in. I'd go get Legolas. Hold on. What was that, Gandalf or Gollum? You gotta be more specific, my friend. I have numerous of all of the guys. Um, I'll go grab a guy. Settle down. Hold on. I'll finish my smoke. I'll go get an example of my collection. Gandalf the White. Okay, I'll grab him while I'm in there if I see him quickly. My collection is kind of like a little bit all over right now. Like it used to be all nicely displayed on a bookshelf and things, and now it's not really. I'll go grab something. PMV11 is the same as Cartec CTS XHP steel from Carpenter. This is common, just companies differentiating between their brands. Are there girl characters? Yeah, there are. I have many girl characters. I have in Lord of the Rings. There's not a ton. I have Eowyn. I have Arwen. I have actually two different Eowyn's. I have Galadriel in two different states of being. I have many Marvel female superhero joy bringers. I have Black Widow and Captain Marvel. I have a Captain Marvel that is still in box. Could Tifa lock into the halter top? I don't have a Tifa. I'll go grab a couple of things. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? Just to give myself a little bit of extra time, maybe I'm gonna put you guys on a charger while I'm going in and looking for stuff. You're gonna be looking at the ceiling for a minute, but it's gonna give me a few extra minutes of show if I need it. I'll go grab some joy bringers and I'll bring them out. Apologies for the crappy shot. What is that? I got an error message. Are we still going? There. Okay. Oh, this is fun. This is so much more fun than some of the other things we were talking about. I'm grabbing some beeps. All right. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. So I grabbed some random examples. So I have some things. This is my poison ivy. I don't remember what company makes these ones, but I have a few different this style DC. What are they called? They're like the Vixens of DC. This is as waifu as I get in terms of my collection. I had Nadia wanted some ladies, so we've got a Galadriel who's being kind of crazy. This is seen in the Two Towers when she's talking to Frodo. I got, this is a Hasbro Wonder Woman. I have a few Hasbro DCs as well. I try to get decent quality collectibles. This is my Hasbro Gal Gadot version of Wonder Woman. This show gets weird. Somebody asked for a Gandalf the White, so I happen to have one of these. Here's a Gandalf the White. Nope, that's Saruman. Oh, terrible, terrible. I'd say the lighting was bad, and I grabbed it off the shelf. This is Saruman. My bad. I knew as soon as I saw a staff, I was like, that's not Gandalf. I got a Saruman. Anyway, there is a Gandalf the White in there somewhere. What? What? Okay. Here's beauty. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Let's see if we can get them. Let's see if we can get them. There. Yeah. And then we got Pip up on the shoulder here. We got, anyway, when it's on display, it's pretty awesome. He's about 20 inches. My tree beard, holding my Merry and Pippin. One of my many Merry and Pippins. I have quite an extensive collection of geekery. Those are just a random sample that I grabbed. Yeah, that's the kind of things that I used to collect. I haven't bought a new geekery for quite a while, but I do have quite an extensive collection of geekery dolls. And I like them. Do I have the Argonath? No, I do not have the Argonath. That's one of the things when I started collecting the Lord of the Rings guys, that was the type of shit that I was planning on making to accompany them. I was way up there. Way up there. See some little like styrofoam castle bits up on top of that cabinet. From way a long time ago. Well, I can still remember when I was thinking about making a Helm's Deep. Yeah, I think it would be a perfectly good use of your time to make models of places, fictional places that you love. That would be great. Unfortunately, I cannot justify spending my making time doing things just for the love of it. I try to do things that also involve the love of it, but I can't justify exclusively things just for the love of it. Because I gotta make money, yo. We all gotta live inside and eat food. But yeah, these things bring me joy. I hope all of you have something in your life that other people might view as frivolous, maybe, but it brings you joy. I've wanted one of the Berserk figure statues from Sideshow. Yeah, I did. I have been very, very close a couple of times to buying things from Sideshow. They make a very, very high quality collectible. Here. You got to do it for the love of it, at least sometimes. Well, I think you can. Yeah, I don't do any. I try not to do anything that I don't also love in terms of my making. Sometimes it has to happen because you need to make money to live inside and eat food. You know that better than most, Nadia. Don't start with me. At least sometimes. Oh yeah, no, sometimes, but not. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. The way that you phrased that, I'm sorry, you are correct. I should probably sometimes only do something just for the love of it. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I did something only because I wanted to and for no other reason. That's depressing. I can't think of the last time I did something only for the love of it and not for any other sub reason. $300 dolls. Yeah, I mean that would have been the last time. The last time I would have done it. Well, but I'm talking about like making things and the creative side of stuff. The last time I bought something or yeah, you're right. The last time I did anything just for the pure love of it was probably Treebeard. No, it was probably Captain Marvel. But in terms of the creative side of things and creating things and whatever, just purely for the love of it, I don't remember what the last one would have been. Which is unfortunate. What would it have been? It's a pretty good question. I'm going to think on that. What the last creative thing that I did was just because I wanted to and for no other reason. Okay. 2016, 17. The year that the forest fires evacuated Fort McMurray, Alberta. I created a painting that expressed my emotions at that happening because I had friends living there that I didn't know what was happening with them and I had no communication with them and I didn't know what was going on. And I went into my studio and I painted my feelings about that situation. Pinnell, 2017, Fort McMurray evacuation fire Somebody Google that. Fort McMurray evacuation fire. That was a purely emotional response for no other reason than to express and get things out of myself onto a panel. I hope that wasn't the last time that I like did that. But that's the last one I can remember. Everything else that I've made has had some other ulterior reason. Like either it was for selling it, or for the house needed it, or yeah, it was a commission, or is for a YouTube video, or for a gift for someone, or there was something else connected to it other than just for the expression and the joy of it, and that it needed to happen. "2016. Was the guitar for fun? Well, the guitar was for an international guitar competition. It was because I wanted to, and it wasn't. The competition is what made me do it, and so it wasn't really for the competition, but it was. The competition was the impetus for it, and I did record it for the YouTube and all the other things. So it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was purely for. It was mostly for the joy of doing it, but all the ancillary things connected to it make it not that in its essence. It would have to be something. If it would have to be something that I didn't record, and it wasn't for anybody else, it was just for me, and I hope that 2016 was not the last time that I did that. Damn. It might have been. It was just for me and not for anybody else. Yeah, might have been. That's good. It's a good thing for me to discover right now, because that's sad. That's sad. And as much as I like this show to be fun, sometimes it's good to be real and realize things. Hmm. 2016 may have been the last time that I did the shop stool. No, because it was supposed to be a YouTube. It's recorded. It's still on there. It wasn't a. Maybe I should do something that nobody else needs to know about. And it's just purely for me. But I think we've had this talk before about how, like when you're in this environment, you every time you do something, it needs to, you need to, it feels like a wasted opportunity to provide something for other people as well. So there's got to be that balance too, right? Like me doing something just for me, but also providing something for somebody else is, it has a secondary, I don't know. It's the way that my brain works, right? Like, oh, I could just do something just for me. I'll just put the camera on though, because other people might like to see it. And now therefore it's not just for me anymore. Oh. It's tough. Why does it have to be a secret? Well, it doesn't, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be a secret, but if it's not, then is it still just for you? Or doing something just because you want to, having no, like, I would love to, just for no reason other than I want it, I want to make a Hylian shield and a Master Sword to have on my wall with my geekery collection and shit. I would like to do it just for me. But it's not going to be just for me, because I'm going to have to film it to put it out in the world to share with other people, because it's part of my business model and blah, 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 blah. It's, I feel like you can make things you enjoy and still share it with the world. Yeah, that's where I've gotten to in this train of thought. I mean, that's what the guitars are, essentially. These guitars that I'm making right now are just things that I want to be making, that I don't want to have wasted the wood, essentially. And I'm making them just for me, but I'm also making them for the purpose of business in some capacity to no, na 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 na. I don't know. The life is complicated. We're all on a journey. We're just making it through, putting one foot in front of the other. Treebeard looks fucking rad. That's a good Treebeard. Who made that? Ooh, hold on. Can't tell. The engrave is not good enough. I can't tell who made this. It's really good though. There's a middle area to that Venn diagram of stuff you enjoy / stuff you and sharing with someone. You're putting them in different circles. Yeah, it's all, life is a series of Venn diagrams, my friend. Dude, you're wrong. Boo. Whole business model is a way of taking a different approach to providing for yourself. You do shop stuff instead of more hours on the book. Sure. Opposite of personal projects are Beaver product review videos, or like, I bought everything I saw on Facebook. I'm so, oh, here we go. I gotta say, I am very disappointed in David Picciuto and the way that the direction that he has taken with his business. But it's not up to me where he goes with his business and whatever. But it's very disappointing watching where he came from in terms of the possibility and what I thought that the future could be for him and now where he's at. I just like I get it, but I don't like it, and I don't respect it really. Sorry, Dave, if you're watching this. I understand, but I don't like it and I don't respect it. When and why did you shave your head? I do this 3 or 4 times a year. This is what my head is supposed to look like. This is the standard. It's just I only do it every few months because I can't be bothered to keep it up. I can forgive those if they are the way of funding buying second house turning into a weird studio thing. Nice to have that. Yeah, judgment. Judgment is terrible. We should not be judging each other for the decisions that we make. I can be disappointed in what I had hoped for him not being what ended up happening. We're all allowed to feel how we feel. But I like watching old David Picciuto stuff. And I cannot stand watching new David Picciuto stuff. If only we could just hold on to the past. No. We gotta move forward. We gotta press on in a positive way. He's made more project videos than the average woodworky YouTube's people. It's true. It's absolutely true. He does still, once in a while, he makes stuff. I've still never seen a Stumpy Nubs making something. Ever since he carpeted his shop? Not incorrect. When he moved into the new garage shop and carpeted it, that was kind of the start of the end. He got too big for his britches. He carpeted the shop and he started CNC and lasers instead of actual woodwork. Judgy McJudgerson coming out. It's fine. I still like some of the work that he does. Just I don't know how to explain it. The whole like money grabby videos that he does. Okay, I bought all of the Temu woodworking stuff and all that nonsense. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Here's Treebeard. I have carpet tiles I put down in galley line. I don't hate the carpeted shop idea. If you have good dust collection and you're going to maintain the carpet, I don't hate that idea. I'd much rather that than be on a concrete floor all the time. But I think he probably could have put wood floor down for the same price, and it, yeah, doesn't matter. How are we doing for power? 33%. All right, we can go for a bit. It's the best part of my week, you guys. I say this every time. Thank you so much for being here in my shop with me and spending time here with me on the internet and being my friends. I honestly, I don't know what I would do without you. Na 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 na. Oh, you got to be real with each other, right? And check in on yourself and each other once in a while, and just to be honest about how we're doing. There's sometimes when you're not okay, and you need to be able to say that to someone and have them listen to you. Let's not. Na na na. See my ghost, see my ghost. I feel like trying it. Oh, I don't know if I have the actual lyrics. Hold on. Yeah. It's gonna be bad. And I'm gonna get demonetized. I'm gonna lose my 70 cents if I try to do this. Because Winter Sleep is gonna claim my my revenue. Capo 5. This is for you, Noella. D. Oh, that's that hard. A add D. I'm just gonna do A. Oh, I'm not going to be able to hold it together. Because hearkening back. Should listen to it again before I try to do it. Can't hear where the I can't hear where the chord changes are. Oh, have you seen my ghost? Seen my ghost? Seen my ghost? Oh, have you seen my ghost? staring at the ground. I gotta listen to the actual chords of that song. It's literally, it's a running joke between me and my friend Nadia. So I haven't actually listened that closely to the song. Oh, have you seen my ghost? Seen my ghost, seen my ghost. Oh, have you seen my ghost? Oh. Are these YouTube streams therapeutic to you? They are. Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. I didn't know how important these would become. Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes. He's like, oh, he grabbed the guitar. You're gonna stick around because you don't know. All of a sudden, I'm gonna crush out the Ben Harper song that you've been waiting for your entire life, and you don't know when it's gonna happen. So you're gonna watch, and you're gonna listen to every damn word I have to say. I always forget what that's from. It's Adam Sandler, Wedding Singer. Oh, that would be a good one. The sad Adam Sandler song from Wedding Singer. He's like, like after he comes back to being a wedding singer after his fiance leaves him, and he's like, I got to get back into it, and he's just like this sad, mopey. I feel that way sometimes kind of guy. That's that's a good scene, actually. Adam Sandler coming back into Wedding Singer after being left by his fiance is one of the greatest scenes in cinematic history. Fight me about it. It's about to snow here, according to a foot of snow. Have a good time. Would not be able to handle that with my back right now. If we got a big dump of snow, I don't think I could do anything about it. The way that my back is right now. Should we wrap this up? 3 hours and 50 minutes. I love that this show used to be an hour and a half. Pretty standard hour and a half show. And now we're 3-4 hours. I couldn't finish Uncut Gems. It's great seeing him in drama. Is great. Punch Drunk Love is one of my favorite films of all time. I hope he does more serious stuff like that. I haven't seen Uncut Gems, but yeah, Adam Sandler as an actual actor is something else, for sure. Punch Drunk Love is one of my favorite films of all time. Don Cheadle in that movie was great, and Adam Sandler was like, that was when, like, you can't say that Adam Sandler is not a good actor if you've seen Punch Drunk Love. Most of the time, he doesn't have to be a good actor because of the film he's in. Because it's like, look at Adam Sandler. But when Adam Sandler wants to act, or when he gets a chance to act, look out. Also, fantastic soundtrack. Beer. Last beer. So thanks everybody for coming to my diatribe. This one felt a lot more all over the place and diatribe-y than most shows. But you thanks for sticking it through. He's in some stinkers too. Yeah, sure he is. But I mean, if somebody says, "Hey, do you want $7 million to do this shitty movie?" and it over 19 days of filming, you're like, I don't know that I'd be able to say no. Even if I have $100 million in the bank and somebody says, do you want $2 million for 19 days of 6 hours a day work? Probably gonna say yes. No, I don't know. Click was a good movie. The Adam Sandler movies. It was funny, but he did a good acting job in that. Hell, I thought even he was Adam Sandler-y, but it was still a quality film in 50 First Dates with Drew Barrymore in Hawaii. He wasn't like, it was kind of goofy Adam Sandler, but it was a pretty good film. It was not a waste of your time. Na 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 na. I got it stuck in my head. You should call this section of the show Last Call. The last call section of the show. Last call for anything that anybody wants to talk about that we can get out for the last 10 minutes of the show. Is your last call chance for talking about things that are either important or not. Same for Stallone. He's in a record number of bad movies, but I want him to sneak some amazing, great film in before he retires completely. I would love to see Sylvester Stallone in a serious role that's important, that would be like recognized as like, oh my God, we never knew. That would be great. I agree. I agree. That'd be cool. Some actors go through their career just like hit and miss all the way along, and sometimes there's a stinker and sometimes there's a beauty. I tend to think that the the smaller, like, I mean, when we've talked about Natalie Portman before. My favorite Natalie Portman film is a, a movie called Closer, which had a bunch of other stars in it as well, but it was a low budget, not huge deal. But it's my favorite film that she's ever been in, and it's my favorite Natalie Portman performance. My favorite Scarlett Johansson performance was in a film called Lost in Translation with Bill Murray, set in Japan. Also, not a huge deal in the cinematic world. Probably not a ton of people know about that film, I think, in the grand scheme of things. But damn, it's awesome performances all the way around. And it's a really, really good movie. Adam Sandler, my favorite movie, Punch Drunk Love. Um, my favorite Sam Rockwell film is called Moon. It's a relatively low budget effort that was just really, really well made and produced and directed and written, and everything about it was great. I've heard of it, but didn't know those two were in it. Lost in Translation, or is producing a new trilogy of Rocky movies. Who is? Sly? Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, Lost in Translation is a great film. It like you need to be in a certain kind of frame to love it, but it is well worth your hour 45 or whatever. I think if you and M made that like a movie night, I think you would enjoy that. The nice Mike's iced lemonade or some White Claw or something, and a little puff. Really good, really really good movie. That's actually where I discovered Scarlett Johansson. I didn't know that Scarlett Johansson was a thing. She's not a thing. She's a human being. The first time I experienced Scarlett Johansson was in Lost in Translation with Bill Murray in Japan. It's a Coppola. Uh, she's a great director as well. Uh, Sofia Coppola, who also has other fantastic films. Moon is a banger. Lost in Translation is Sofia Coppola. Yeah, there we go. She got so much hate for Godfather 2. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes my brain doesn't keep up with the words that I'm saying, and sometimes the comments don't keep up with the speed of this show. Yeah. Moon, directed by David Bowie's son. That I did not know. I wouldn't call it a research paper. I did a presentation in university in my science fiction literature 219, something like that. maybe third year. It might have been a third year English class, science fiction literature studies class, uh, where we were tasked with picking a science fiction movie and distilling it down and getting the literature aspect and the connections across to the rest of the class, and we did presentations on it. And I picked Moon for my study. So, and nobody had any idea because everybody else in the class was like Alien and Terminator, and I was like Moon. Nobody knew what I was talking about, and that made it way cooler when I was presenting my literary analysis of the film to the class, and nobody knew what I was talking about. That made it way cooler. Sam Rockwell dancing in every movie makes me smell smoke. Yeah, yeah. He's top three actors. Sam Rockwell is in your top three actors ever or current? Because that makes a difference. And even either way, I don't think he'd be top three. He's really good. I think that chart would change a lot based on what I've seen recently and et cetera, et cetera. Jean Reno and Gary Oldman ahead of. Okay, so Sam Rockwell after Jean Reno and Gary Oldman. Uh, it depends on how we're qualifying actor in terms of like suiting the role, and like a lot of this has to do with casting agents and things, right? Like Sam Rockwell is bang on in every role he's in, but is that him, or is that good casting? And there's that tough line. I look at like the best actors ever as those people who can go wherever they're needed in anything and get cast in anything and be whatever is necessary. So I mean, Sam Rockwell is really good at what he does in the films that he's in, but it's not. I can't call him a fantastic actor because he's just been cast really well for that role because of who he is. You know what I mean? Um, the right guy, Blue Laguna, the one with Rick Cage, Max Tickman. Yeah, he is kind of a chameleon for sure. He does slide in really well, and I don't disagree with your assessment. I'm just saying that these are things we need to consider. And whether or not we're talking uh, stage and film or television and film and stage and et cetera, these are all different qualifications that we need to take into account. Um, what's your top actors? No order or set number. Um, Again, it's just so hard to qualify, my friend. Like, I think in terms of it's so hard because you've been cast for a role that you've been handpicked for a reason. And I think Anthony Hopkins is never bad, and it doesn't matter where he is or what he's doing. He is going to be good. Um, I think Ian McKellen is probably one of the best actors on the planet and can probably pull any role that he would like to between the ages of 60 and 90. Um, that's hard. I haven't actually thought about picking apart actors separate from their roles in terms of like who's the best at that job. Like there's an argument to be made for Adam Sandler. It sounds stupid to be able to say that, but there is something to be said for Adam Sandler being one of the greatest actors of our time because of his breadth of availability and what he can do. According to you, who was the best Batman? Christian Bale. My lists are just off the top of my head without much thought. Yeah, and I'm not putting a ton of thought in it either, but I do think there needs to be some qualification. Because actor or role or casting or whatever, like you could say that the best actor of all time was whatever in whatever role, whoever in whatever role. That's the best acting job of all time. But was it, or is it just perfectly cast role? You know what I mean? Like, nice, I agree. I mean, I have a soft spot for Michael Keaton because that's, as an 80s kid, that's where Batman came to me, was Michael Keaton and Tim Burton and Danny DeVito and whatever. But I think as time has gone by, I think the best Batman, I think it's pretty easy. I don't know, Fearsome, what do you think? You were like, oh, that's so easy. Are you gonna say Keaton? Joaquin Phoenix was not Batman. He would what? Nadia, this you're answering a question that was not asked. When did Joaquin Phoenix play Batman? Okay? Never. Also, I still haven't, and I apologize. I apologize for still having not watched the Joker Joaquin Phoenix movie. I do really, really want to. I still haven't. I've watched the new Batman an inordinate a number of times. It's great. Turn it on when I'm like, is that the one with the Twilight guy, Pattinson, or whatever? I mean, we all know it's not going to be Clooney or I can't even list them. Affleck. It, we we can narrow it down, right? Like the best Batman is gonna be Keaton, Christian Bale. I haven't seen the Robert Pattinson Batman, so I can't judge that. The best Batman I've personally experienced in cinematic form is Christian Bale. And it was such a good the trilogy was a really good arc. Like it really worked well together. So unfortunately, we have lost Heath Ledger during that experience, but I was Adam West because he was on TV for a long time. That doesn't make him the best Batman. It makes him the longest Batman. The new one isn't bad in my opinion. I'm just going to ignore that his typing is shit. The new one isn't bad in my opinion, depending on which point in which timeline you're willing to place your ideal Batman. Very dark comic vibes to me. Sure. Yeah. Like I said, my the buttons are tiny. They're so small buttons. The K was right beside the other one. Um, you should see the new Batman. Try to watch it without distraction. It's a quality movie in every way. I would like to watch a lot of new movies that I don't get to just experience without distraction. I would like to watch a lot of new. I haven't seen The Whale. I would like to see Brendan Fraser. Um, Everybody raves about that performance and the film and everything. I haven't seen that. I had seen like a lot of what people are calling really, really good films. I really wanted to see Oppenheimer in theater. When I saw the trailer for Oppenheimer, I really wanted to see it in the theater, but I can't justify going to the movie by myself. And I'm not taking wife and kid to Oppenheimer. The Whale was good. You will cry. Oh, I cry all the fucking time. Batman, Star Wars, Disney, and Star Trek have been ran into the ground. It's time to move on. I don't know. There's good reimaginings of things. There's still some good Star Wars things happening. Oppenheimer bored the shit out of me. You would. Not everybody can be for everything. I have to urinate again. How much power do I have on my phone still? 23%. We got a couple more minutes. I'm going to pee. We're going to wrap this up. Oh, you know who else I've been actually quite liking? And I just realized not that long ago that I've liked him in everything that I've seen, even if it was shit. Was that Irish fella? I've been drinking for a while, so it's very, very heavy, thick Irish accent. But he's really, really good in everything that he does, and he does a lot of like low budget indie films. Um, he was in that garbage movie with the phone booth. I think it was actually called Phone Booth. He's really good. One more beer, I guess, before my phone runs out of power. What the shit is his name? Feels like the kind of guy that I want to see like everything that he does, because I think he makes really good decisions. But other than the phone booth things, it feels like he's Colin Farrell. That's his name. I feel like Colin Farrell is a better actor than people give him credit for. So happy Carrie-Anne Moss is going to be in Star Wars. Really? Andor was great. Andor was great. Mandalorian is pretty good at times. Kenobi was pretty good. Like, it's fun. It wasn't like, let's not take it so seriously. It wasn't like a groundbreaking cinematic change the world kind of thing, but it was pretty good. We've talked about this before too, how not everything has to be the best thing that you've ever watched. Sometimes you can just enjoy yourself for a couple hours, and it doesn't have to be the best thing you've ever seen. I actually quite enjoy going back to Adam Sandler. I actually didn't hate the one where the 80s video game characters came down out of the aliens from the 80s video game characters came out of the sky, and he was just like saving the world from whatever that one was. It was perfectly fine use of my 2 hours. Let's calm down about how everything has to be cinematic genius all the time. The Marvels that left. We were going to go watch the Marvels in theater on week 3, but it wasn't still there because it just bombed so badly because nobody wanted to go see it or whatever. It was a perfectly fine use of your time. There's no way that it should have done as badly as it did, because people have built up these ridiculous expectations about films and whatever. It was a perfectly fine use of 2 hours. It was perfectly okay. Not everything has to be the best film you've ever seen in your life. Like, come on. I do not think that they should be remaking The Crow. I have recently found out by accident that they're talking about remaking The Crow, and I think that that is not a thing you should do. And I don't trust the people involved, and I think that that's a bad decision and somewhat disrespectful. Canceled all the Marvel movies recently. Just Blade and a couple others staying on after Deadpool. It's like we'll get full on X-Men after that. They are making their own business decisions and they can do what they want. I probably don't need an Ant-Man 3. I probably don't need an Ant-Man 3. I don't need another Thor. Um, I I did look. I did like the idea of continuing on after the Marvels because they intentionally created a continuum. Like it felt like this was part one of. So I would like to see that finish. But now you remake the Crow. Yeah, see, I know there are numerous Crow movies, Matt, but it's I don't know, it's different to me for some reason than going on and then going back and starting again. I don't know. I don't know. It's different for me for some reason. I don't think I don't think that's a thing you should do. It's like if somebody said like we're going to redo Alien. There was an Ant-Man 3. Yeah, okay. You know what I mean, right? I don't know that we need another one in that series. And the way that those things all go together is like I Captain America Civil War was an Avengers movie. It wasn't Captain America 3 as far as I'm concerned. So it's a Ant-Man Quantumania was Ant-Man 3, but it was part of the Infinity. Yeah. And honestly, who can keep track of all of that nonsense? But in any case, I don't need. I didn't hate Love and Thunder as much as everybody else did either. Same kind of thing. Like, I thought it was a perfectly valid use of my 2.5 hours or whatever. It was fine. Not everything has to be Endgame, you know? The new Alien is. Oh, what? And they're talking about rebooting and redoing Lord of the Rings too. I'm like, why would you do that? They created the perfect world. Why would you do that? We have Rings of Power, and we're gonna have the Rohirrim movie animated thing. Oh, okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. I'm out of power. My screen just went dark. I gotta shut it down before YouTube, before everything dies off, and then I lose the whole stream. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe, everybody. Bye for now. That's my cue. When my screen goes dim and my phone's gonna die, I don't trust YouTube to not just lose this whole thing. So we'll see you next week. Bye, everybody. I can't see what's going on.